Welcome back. Wasn't planning on streaming tonight, but we decided since I was available, I would run it back tonight. Part of the reason was not I wasn't too happy with my play last night. I won. I lost a lot of winnable games, I think, because of playing sloppily and kind of rushing through things. So the I can be a little bit hard on myself, so I do apologize if I was a little bit disappointed in my performance. So I did want to run it back, if nothing else, because I won't get the chance to for the next few days. I don't anticipate my next stream to be until maybe sometime next week, perhaps. So wanted to squeeze one more time in, as I will be busy the next few days. One thing that we're doing differently tonight than yesterday is I wanted to play. I had the idea, like, because Force of Vigor was quite impressive, um, and I wanted to really play the second copy because I just think free spells in general are pretty broken, especially for Eternal formats. And we're at a point in Legacy, and just imagine in general, where there's more free spells than ever, by volume and also by racial. So what I mean by that is, green and non-blue spells and non-blue colors in general have never really had interaction on turn one and turn on turn zero, really, like on your opposing turn. So I wanted to play the second copy of the Force of Vigor, and I know I had been high on duress, but I wanted to try a league tonight, if nothing else, to see if we can push the power level of the deck up. So duress is really nice because what it does is it pushes up the floor of the deck, and sometimes you just need enough interaction on turn one or turn two to bridge you to natural order to win the game later on. Now, we are taking a risk by not running duress because it has a high floor, but I do think between the crop rotation, the mind break trap, the one of, and then the force of vigor, hopefully, I mean, this is all theory, right? Conjecture. We can bridge that gap to the mid game. And the reason why I'm still playing the Thoughtseize is, unlike Duress, there are certain fair matchups where I will want to board in Thoughtseize. So we'll see how that plays out. Notably, last night, in the last match of the night, I threw my last match. There was a point where I could have Green Sun for Gris and just like played it too quickly, unfortunately. Now, obviously, that's a thing that can happen, but DS Titan, I think. But definitely didn't end the way I would have liked last night. This is a 5 land hand. I don't think we can keep this. Not oof, Jesus. I was gonna say better, but we don't have a 1 drop. I think what we do here is we're gonna leave with the Arbor, and then we're gonna put the other Arbor back. I don't want to go to 5. And the Visionary is like a decent draw. We're on the play, which allows us to be more reasonable. Oh, they're gonna have the swords here, so now they're on the play. Okay, it's not where we want to be. Looks like we're playing against Death and Taxes. Or not. Ooh, okay. This is probably as poor a start as we could hope for. Oh my god. Very interesting evoke there. Only because, Jesus, they could have done it on their turn. We might just be out of the game. Actually, they should just hit the arbor, right? We're down to 0 mana. Unless they have the swords here. That is a prime example of how we got kind of punished, right? For molding the 5 land hand, and then we drew into a 6 that was like kind of awkward. Um, and I didn't really want to go to 5. There's not an argument to do so, but I feel like between the visionary and just a few draw steps, I think we have to block here. They could have a second one, which is like, yeah, that's fine. We have oh my god, we have like 3 dead cards in our hand. Don't I think our route to victory in this game here is probably involves Progenitus. Because we have 3 dead cards, right? Not the way I wanted to start the stream, but that can happen with this deck. There is a failure rate, lower than before, but still not 0, or not as, maybe I should say, not as low as blue decks. It is for sure. I do think we are still favored, even if we lose this game 1, but there's like no margin for error now, right? Notably here, we can cast the Gris. I think in all likelihood, we're just gonna plus. They may. I actually don't think we care about the Sanctum Prelate. It's a very interesting choice that they named 1. I probably in their scenario named 4 because the Spirit already turns off the Glimpse of Nature. Obviously, you turn off the Green Sun Zenith for 0 as well, but I don't think that's what you're really afraid, especially since the other Arbor's gone, right? Sure. Also, notably, they turned off their own Swords to Plowshares. Here, okay, they flicker our token, and I think they're gonna bash for both. We could take off the Spirit. It's just whether that's worth it or not. I feel like that's one of the ways we can get back into this game. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah, for sure, Josh. I feel like we can't really win because of this awkward hand, and then we just unfortunately got real Punisher mulligans. Really, I don't. I think the hand we kept was probably just very borderline. Um, but again, I didn't really want to go to five. It does for sure, Josh. But at least we're not like drawing as dead, right? Like, in addition to the natural order out, we also have visionary out, right? But this is like not looking great. Ugh, did not want to start the stream like this. The canopy is interesting. Not that I think it's bad or anything. I just hadn't really seen it in these Yorion lists. They usually are on Ajanyo or the Saga package. So it's kind of a throwback, which I can appreciate because my when I first started playing Death and Taxes, I ran Horizon Canopy. I think it has like even a two of. That's 2-7. I feel like we kind of have to take the chance here, right? Like, we're kind of low on life, and we don't have many turns left. One turn to be exact, actually. All right. Ooh, there's a Thalia too. Yeah, this game did not go well for us. Argument to be made that we should have gone 5, but I'm not sure we're beating that hand from our opponent too with double spirit, solitude, and source of plowshares. Alright, we're just dead. We're gonna give our opponent the benefit of the doubt that they know how to attack. I mean, that's not really, to be honest, not really giving the benefit of the doubt. Anyways, it's presumed, right? The good thing is, I do think the Force of Vigors help in this matchup. Just to deal with spirit, deal with like random nonsense. Um, the number that of cards that I have to bring in here is a little bit awkward because I don't really want to take out all the shepherds, even though they're not great, just because they're a creature count. But if I were to guess, I think the Shriek models are probably better than the spirit. Sorry, the outsourced shepherds, which don't really do anything, right? Um, I don't really love any. Like, there's some merit for crop rotation, but I don't really want to board it unless I have to. Crop rotation, what it really does is, if you really need a card to bring in that you like, there's a card you want to board out, I should say. Then you could bring it in. I don't love to proactively bring in crop rotation against these fair decks. Obviously, it's better against these decks without force of will because you know whatever you spend your guy's cradle mana on is gonna resolve. But it's like an awkward like card to open up with, right? Like it's almost like a mulligan. For those of you who are just joining us, the new tech that we have been playing is Shriekmaw, and I do think the card is very good. Or at least, let me rephrase that. Does exactly what we want it to do. Specifically against blue-red. It's less good against something like Death and Taxes, but does have text still. Why do I keep drawing these Gloom Signatures to start off the game? I feel like we have to mulligan this. That's a lot better. All right, we're gonna not be as okay. They moved to five at least. We're not gonna be as risky, I guess, with our mulligans. I think in another universe, like especially a younger me, would have probably kept that seven, and probably would have been severely punished. Like the double glimpse is almost like a mode of five already because that hand didn't have any acceleration. So we just emptied our hand there. Didn't seem like our opponent was playing Mind Break Trap, and they had it. Obviously, we get punished by the Council Judgment here, but I think that's something we live with. Hey, High Star, how's it going? Um, there is some merit to holding the. Uh, hey, Ramar, how's it going? Yeah, I gotta redeem myself, right? Okay, so they did have the Council Judgment. What did they get? They got a G-Tej, sure. This is actually an insane top deck right now. Because we know they have the G-Tej. So I think they're gonna go GTA equip here, and we're gonna blow them out with the Force of Vigor. I don't make that attack if I don't draw the Force. Yes, I think you're right, Josh. We could bash. They have to block two things. So they're gonna play the Peacekeeper. I don't think we. I'm gonna try to keep my undefeated streak with that card around, right? I have only lost I think once ever to that card, and it wasn't really because of that card. They used it as a fog the one time it happened. Sure. It's not free, by the way. They have to pay 2 a turn. Gris is still in the deck, yes. And we're gonna just unlock all of our mana right now. Like, paying 2 a turn is a big drawback. And we have a lot of outs. Obviously, it gets a lot harder than Mom. Sure, I don't really care about that. We probably get a Cauldra? Sure. Oops. That's annoying. What are they targeting? Target the Reclaimer. I think we're gonna thin. Jesus. I think we take the land. Actually, the Birch Lore is pretty nice here. We're getting a little bit punished by not. I should have played the Boseiju. Although it wouldn't have mattered here, right? Because we hit the creature anyways. I think we take the Birch Lore here. Can we do everything the same turn is what I want to know. Uh, if we Birch Lord here, we kill the Peacekeeper. That leaves, I think, just short still. So that's 6 mana, 7. Well, 6 mana, we take one back, that's 7, 8. I guess we can do something else, but we walk into the Mindbreak Trap. I think that's okay with us. Yeah, we're not going to give them another turn. Notably, the Shriekmaw being effectively 1 mana was pretty relevant here. I think I like the way that played out, actually. There is some consideration to split the removal because of this specific matchup, because our opponent doesn't know it at the time, but a Mom plus a Peacekeeper would hard lock us, and I feel like we don't really want that to happen. So I can see playing maybe one Snuff Out, just so we don't get like randomly hard locked by the Peacekeeper. I think it's embarrassing if you lose the Peacekeeper. Another way to stop the hard lock is, um, again, it didn't happen here and it generally won't, but there is some consideration so they aren't tempted into going for that line. Another way to beat Peacekeeper very cleanly, the original tech, is Cabal Pit. I haven't really played Cabal Pit because it just doesn't line up well with Delver. Ideally, that's another card I bring in for the blue-red matchup. But again, like I said, it does not line up well, or particularly well right now against Delver. This is not the worst, I guess. I think here we're gonna. Well, we'll see what we draw. We're gonna preemptively fetch so that we can thin out the deck. Ideally, we want to see like a Cradle off the Once Upon a Time. Our hand is a slower hand here. Speaking of the Devil, there's a debate between if the swords are Wirewood here, if we run out the Boseiju or the Bayou. I'm more inclined to believe the Boseiju is more relevant than dealing with a Shriekmaw. Well, if they have Spirit here, it changes things, but we shall see. Sure, that's an aggressive Solitude. What does it pitch? Sure. Again, I am not really scared of Peacekeeper by itself. I think the natural tendency here would be to glimpse, but I think we can wait a turn and do significantly better than that. So I'm gonna do this. I should have actually sequenced that differently. I should have led with a Green Sun so they don't get incentivized to Solitude us here. So that was poor sequencing. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I mean. Getting a little bit punished here. Actually, Yeah, our opponent knew exactly to time that correctly too. So we got pretty punished. Sure. I'm actually happy they did that. Because they will be dazing themselves twice each turn now. Entirely possible we benefit here as well from actually waiting a turn before the glimpse. I think we do this and hope we draw a one drop. Bingo. Alright. I think we're pretty ahead. They're gonna pay to. Again, I don't think this ever really works. Like, obviously, if our opponent taps out, the game's just over on the spot, right? Do we want to do anything with this? Probably not at the moment. Um, 4, 7. It's not lethal, but we can actually glimpse, kill the. Well, I don't even know if I want to kill the peacekeeper because they're gonna continue to. Um, they're gonna continue to have to pay every turn, which I think I like. And this doesn't beat a swords to plowshares here. Well, let me see if it does. Um, we shriek maul the peacekeeper, and then we tap 4 for natural order. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 6 mana total. We can pitch the arbor and attack with at least 2 creatures, but it would be in this situation 3 creatures. That takes us to. So that's 3, 8, 8 plus. Well, in the minimum scenario, if they swords the hoof, it's gonna be 3 plus 10, so that's 13, and then there'd be hellbent. I think that's a scenario we can live with. Yeah, let's do that. If we wait a turn, it's probably okay too. But I think we have the kill here. Yeah. The question here is, I was debating, do I want to play around Swords of Plowshares? And if they have it, they're hellbent. I think we probably win anyways. But yeah, like I said, even though we dropped game one, I still feel good about this matchup. Even if we, in sports terms, had to win 2 on the road, so to speak. All right. Back to here, I guess. The first game was definitely awkward, and I would have to look at it again. There's a decent argument we should have just mulled at 5. The 7 is not keepable. There's the yeah. This is like real shaky. Android Otter. Not the best, but I think on six it's like decent. We just hope we don't play against Delver here because this is like two mulligans, right? Against a slower deck, it's fine. Alright, they mode a five. The Shriek Maw notably quite good. The way it played out in the previous match. It essentially it was effectively only one mana. Obviously, Murderous Cut could have done the same thing, but I really hate Murderous Cut against these creature decks because they often play Swords of Plowshares, and you often take a while before you can what's it called? It often takes a while. Oh shoot! Before you can turn it on. It's really good against Delver. That's the only reason why I was playing Murderous Cut before. But I think now that we've kind of discovered Shriek Maw, there's really no reason, in my opinion, to play Murderous Cut now. Oh, we're playing against Oops. Okay. This is kind of a lost cause, I think. The reason why I knew was Oops. Whoa, interesting. We have one good top deck. Nope, that's not it. Um, they're hellbent. I don't think there is any way that we lose. We win from here. I'm just gonna. What is it even worth it to do anything here? There's like an argument to be made to not reveal them information, but if they see Hello Newton, they might already think elves. Um, I would just concede. I don't think we're realistically well. We'll play that and see what they do. They most likely still activate. I guess we can see, one benefit is we get to see like if they have anything crazy in the deck. I guess the one card to look for is Memory's Journey. I know like some of these Oops players will play it. I forget if it's green or blue. I feel like it's a blue card, but does not look like it. So I'm just gonna concede. That could be relevant. Obviously Journey is not really a card you want to draw. I think we are heavily unfavored in this matchup. Although having the trap is like very good, considering they generally don't put us on trap. But this matchup is one of the more difficult ones, in my opinion. The reason being is because of Leyline of Sanctity. We have Endurance to beat a lot of these graveyard decks and Reclaimer, but Leyline Sanctity is very good against like our Endurance and our Reclaimer. Um, the trap helps, and the Force of Vigor helps, notably in this matchup. This matchup is we have to get lucky to win. I've been this matchup before, but again, it's usually one of two things happens. Either they get really unlucky and just draw the wrong half of their deck, or what sometimes happens is they mold to Leyline of Sanctity, and then we have like the Force of Vigor right out. Obviously, if the crop here were the second Mindbreak trap, we'd be even better position. That said, I do think crop rotation being an answer to Mirror Age is something that is appealing to me. I think we keep. If they have the Leyline of Sanctity, we still have like a reasonable clock. I don't know how aggressive each Oops player is with their mulligans, but it is not unreasonable or out of the realm for them to just mold to Leyline of Sanctity. Whether that will always work out is a different story, but it is not not only is it not unreasonable, I've seen it done both ways, right? I've seen it backfire, and I've also seen it just like win games against us. They could be. I don't know. That's a yeah. So there it is. There's the hard mold to Leyline of Sanctity. And obviously we have outs, but this is a difficult card to beat, which is funny to say as an elf player. I think we just play it out. We just hope that they don't have a fast kill because they have multi sanctity. I think we just go Birch Lore. And then we can probably once here. They don't have the kill yet. Nope. I awkwardly here we don't have. So it's plus. They have 5 cards. We could shut off. I don't know if getting a whatever is a winning line. So okay, we can get the hoof here or a collective hoof. I don't think collective hoof is like a winning line though. Um, they can easily beat it. So 5, 6 plus 8, 14. We can put them on a 1-turn clock, I guess. So we're immune to discard here with this line. We're probably dead, but I think that's the best line. Okay, wow. They must have just not drawn well. The reason why I chose to do a non-lethal hoof here is because if they have discard, that just buys too much time. The bad part about this is that tells our opponent if they're sharp or if they know are familiar with our deck, we do not have Archon in our list, right? Or we drew it. It's one or the other. Game 3 here. So in this situation, right, that was a situation where they mulled to Leyline and lost. But we'll see. We are hard molding to either endurance or Mindbreak Trap, in my opinion. In the ideal scenario, we open with Trap and we just get them. But Oops is not really a deck I prepare for. And the reason being is because I would prefer not to play Mindbreak Trap. That isn't. Although, and the reason being is because I don't think Mindbreak Trap tends to be good against the decks that you often run into late in a tournament. The combo decks that tend to top 8, hey Inigo, are like Doomsday, Ant, and I do think those decks are, what is the word? I do think those decks can play around Mindbreak Trap. Discard tends to be better against them, so I'm gonna keep again. Only because like they could just keep a fast hand, um, but we'll see, right? Like if they, especially if they go on that plan again where they try to mold to Leyline of Sanctity. The line here is we don't have a fast kill if they have Leyline, but I again I don't think we can realistically mold to like trap when there's only like one, right? Yikes. Alright, we're just dead. Very awkward. Let's see, they kept in two Cabal therapies. And then they kept in the bridge. Alright, we're just dead. I don't like they only had the only card that beats what they just did there is Mindbreak Trap. There's Thoracle. There's a Dread Return. Alright, we're not gonna give information, so we'll concede. Again, I think this is a very difficult matchup because of this card. It's not so much that they have. It's not so much that they have a turn one kill like almost all the time, or not all the time, a high percentage of the time. It's more so that our interaction is completely bypassed by a single card. Um, Whether that's an issue or not is up for argument. Actually, I'm gonna turn off the AC. I'll be right back. Whether or not that's a deck building issue is up for debate, but I don't think you can't beat every deck, and I'm just gonna accept losing to Upsala spells if that's the case. I think I don't track my win rate against Upsala spells. I know Inigo probably has it somewhere if he wants to look it up because I track some matches obviously, but I haven't tracked lately. If I were to guess, my win rate's probably like 30% or something against them, or 40. I don't think it's 40. It's probably like 30%. Yorian, that's a good sign. Sure. And typically Yorian anything. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Like I win maybe once out of every three. That sounds, pretty accurate. Good question, Olo. I think the reason to play D&T is to beat Moonstompy, but there's this weird thing that's happening right now where all the D&T players went to Moonstompy, so um, like they're not playing against each other. If that makes sense, because they're the same player. Uh, but I do think D&T is like decently positioned right now. Oh jeez. And the reasoning is because again, this is like weird sequencing. They should do it on their turn. Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I think Moonstompy has really helped DNT for two reasons. It's a good matchup for DNT, and in addition to that, Recruiter Inigo. I think we really need to fire off Glimpse next turn, so I'm gonna leave the Shepherd in hand. Chatting. I think we were chatting on Twitch. Um, Ultimately, I'm not sure it matters. The thing is, like, your draw step could be something like a Thali, where you don't really want in this matchup, anyways. So I definitely think it doesn't make any sense. Uh, to do it on my turn, right? You just wait on your turn. You have full information before you evoke. Evoking is fine. It's just like the timing of it seemed not optimal or strange at minimum. So I actually interacted with this opponent the other day. They thanked me for raiding them, so that's pretty cool. I think. Not the card I want to see. Hey, Holoro. So I think here I'm going to fetch the thin. I know I like to say that a lot, but especially in our version, which runs probably 1 to 2 lands more than depending on how you look at it. At minimum 1.5 more lands than normal. Definitely think we need a thin. Really? All right. We're gonna fire off the glimpse. I don't think we want them to draw. And hopefully hit a creature. Nope. We're probably gonna fetch the second Bayou here because we're already vulnerable to Wasteland. Okay, maybe not now, right? Like they can just like Swords our Arbor, double waste us. We're not gonna block. Oliver's a great commander, by the way. For those who don't know, got banned in 1v1 because of the life gain, ironically. So the question here is, do we fire off the glimpse with only one creature in hand? They can waste us the following turn, and then especially, I feel like we kind of have to. I like there could be a second wasteland coming, and it's just really problematic if that's the case. Oh my god. I know Inigo is probably looking at that Progenitors right now and thinking, "See, I told you, you should have moved the card to the sideboard. You are not that wrong, Inigo. Not that wrong." If they want to needle the foothills, actually, we better do it. Just, you never know. They could. I don't. It always does. That is a true statement. The good thing here is we're not that far off from. We have these awkward hands against these D&T starts for some reason. Oh my god. Why? Yeah, it's not. We just drew really poorly here. We know the Wasteland is gonna come, and the Shepherd activation doesn't really help because presumably they can make something with a Retrofitter Foundry anyways. Um, we have to block next turn too. We can waste our opponent's mana at minimum. Because otherwise they would kind of have a free attack, right? We were probably already drawing dead a couple turns ago. It's just worse now. So they're gonna attack with both. We're priced into blocking one of them. Argument to be made, we keep the cradle because of that. But I don't think it really matters. I think we're dead regardless. The out would be actually I take that back. The out would be pitch the pitch the shepherd, fetch for the other arbor. We have to draw exactly visionary into natural order, and that's asking a lot. All right. The good thing is Force of Vigor is probably just savage in this matchup, especially if they're playing Sentinel. Um, I think that's like reasonable. We drew like the wrong part of our deck too. Like Shepherd doesn't notably doesn't do anything against them. I think if I were, like I said, like match one, if I were to weigh the odds, I would still bet on myself at this point. Obviously, there's no room for margin anymore, but so we can't just have one of these awkward draws like we did the last game. And sure, it's very strange. Definitely to see the Yorian though. I mean, not the Yorian, the Esper Sentinel. Not that I don't think it's like wrong per se. I think the card is actually very powerful. I mean, not too long ago we were playing Yorian ourselves, right? Elves and Taxes as a joke, but not stock. I'll put it that way. So we're gonna once first because here we want. Oh my god, why? I was gonna say here we want to draw a land, but we didn't. We're just gonna run everything out. Hopefully they don't just like aggressively solitude us the way they did the previous match as well. Sorry, the previous game. Land. Oh, why? Uh, yeah, for sure. I think it's the awkward part about it is you have to. There's two different creatures you have to fetch off, but I definitely think I agree. Less of a joke. They might just port us here because we're missing land drops, but hard to say. I feel like now might be the time to do it because we're gonna get like severely taxed. Pun not intended. No, they're mom, then they have mom, right? Like, what can you do? We essentially use the force of vigor like a force of will, right, on their bile. Um, we can't cast natural order, but we can cast Gris. I think that's what we're gonna do here. I already regret taking the making the. Sorry, not regret. I already am happy with the play I made right there, right, to take off the Aether Vial. Notably, playing the Saga late here worked to their advantage. Not gonna block. Yeah, Cradle would be nice. We didn't draw it there, but we just need to fade something crazy right now. What are they swords in? Sure, that's annoying. So this is like a little bit awkward, right? Like our opponent can kill our token, and then before the normal damage, bounce with the Karakas. Obviously, if they do that, I feel like we have to. If we triple block here, they're gonna kill two of our. Yeah, I don't think we can afford to do that. We're just gonna chump with one and keep ticking up. Ooh, that's not good either. Might be a Cauldra because of the collective. So they got a GT. Maybe they have an answer for the collective. So here they're probably gonna get Graph Digger's Cage with the Saga, I would imagine. They could get Needle on the Gris, which is fine. Again, we just need to draw lands here. One, two, three, four. So they're going face. I don't necessarily agree with that decision, but I'm not gonna complain. Actually, this might be right with the Gris out. It's hard. I don't know their hand. Hmm. Why no Thalia and cast No? Uh, Let me think about that. I guess I could have. Did not think about it. I don't know if it would have been lethal, but you have a yeah. That's a good point. Oh shoot, I forgot. Oh my god, this plane. That's not good. Yeah, I mean we misplayed Inigo. There's no way around it. We still draw. Man. I think we have to kill the Stoneforge here, otherwise we die to the GJ. Well, the needle stops the grist, right? Like, but yeah, I mean, Jesus. Hate to misplay. So we bought ourselves one turn potentially. I really need to draw this land, please. I can't believe we're getting punished by Thalia. Like, that's pretty good actually. How do I want to do this? We can't. We're short of mana, Josh, because of the Thalia. It's been a little bit awkward. The mistake might have been the mistake might have been playing the visionary. So I think here we can. We have to target the GT. It's just like, what do we want to target with? Um, we can actually kill the construct too. Now that I think about it. And then they have the spirit left. Yeah, and then we can block, I think. And then their clock is significantly slower. For sure, for sure. This is like kind of a crazy blowout. And we can tick down the spirit here. I mean, tick down, yeah, tick the grist down. For sure, for sure. Um, there is the visionary. They could play another one. Don't think we want them all here. I should have attacked. It was free. And then we're gonna block. Sure. Oh, I think this is the first time I flipped three. I think we're just gonna go Hellbent. Like, there's no real reason not to. Well, I guess we could tick down Gris in theory, but yeah. What can you do? Well, there's the Skyclave. Our winning line now is Progenitus. Our opponent has played decent, I think. Oh my god. Why? I think we're gonna lose this game. Like what? Everything that has can go wrong has gone wrong. Jesus. I'm not sure like what our line is now from here. I think we have to go wide with Glimpse. Hmm. The fear kind of relevant actually. The funny thing. Suddenly that matters, which is awkward. Sure. We can trade with the stash, and I think we do want to do that. Of course. Why would they keep in Thalia? I guess they don't have anything else because they're playing Sentinel too. This is a very awkward game for us. I think we had to draw. Yeah. I think we're gonna lose this game. We were always one short, and part of that was me playing the Visionary when we didn't have to. So that's probably the small misplay that ends up hurting us here. So they're gonna port us, presumably. I think we can wait a turn. Actually, it's a little bit awkward. Shoot. Do we want this? I think we can't even target the Sash here. Care about the Thalia? The Skyclave gives us a 3/3, but I'm not sure that really matters. I think we do that. We try to unlock our mana. We actually need to be careful too. How many Warwoods we have left? No Shepherd in the deck. We have to do it the old school way and just like go super wide. Don't think we care just quite yet, but it could get to a point where it matters. How big is this right now? 5? I think we probably have to. We go to 8? Nah, we're not gonna play scared. There is 0 shepherds left, Inigo. We have a Heritage Druid, and I think we need the mana. So I'm gonna get that and get the Waterwood. Obviously, we get. Think of how Jet Ziggy. We get super blown out by the what's it called here? Crap. Oh, that's awkward. Collector Oof is gone too. We might just like lose to Mill too. Like that's not unreasonable, I think. I don't think we have any more heritage, but I could be wrong. One, two. One, two. Where's the last one? Oh, three. Yeah, we don't have any more. That would be nice if we had a progenitus. Uh, shoot. In our deck, which we don't. There's the last symbiote. I think the plan here now is it is a possible plan, yeah. Um, this is notably the last cradle, I believe. How many visionaries do we have left? There's one here. All right. A minimum that can cycle, I guess. Let's do it. And we have to just go wide. I think it's too far to be honest. I'm gonna go ahead and attack because the damage could matter now. They should not be attacking, I think, but that's a different story. I think I made the mistake of playing the cradle. We're also low on time, so we're probably gonna have to just start attacking pretty soon. Oh, interesting. They didn't do anything. going after my lands is like kind of interesting. We have to go fast. We only have 5 minutes, so I might just attack all now. Feels like they have a solitude. Yeah, I can, if need be. I don't. Oh my god, they have a batter skull. We just lost the game. Oh, I screwed up. Shoot. I was supposed to bounce and then untap so they don't get the life. They blocked wrong too. Oh my god. Did he? Oh, you're right. Okay, it didn't matter then. I thought they blocked an arbor. You're right. So it didn't matter. I cannot believe I lost this match. Jesus Christ. My Cradle license deserves to be revoked. How did that even happen? Like, jeez. Oh, I know what it was. Like we were off of 1 mana like the whole game, more or less. Now I remember. I can't do well on streams. Ollie Rad. Thank you for the follow, Rukotskit. Oh, it looks like our opponent is playing OG Elves for reasons I'll never understand. Actually, that was a mistake. I should have saved it for an arbor. I just like went through it too quickly. Actually, turn it off. All right, we just have to not die here. There is a decent chance we do though. All right. They have it. They have it. This is what I mean. You draw two shepherds in the wrong matchup. Think of the fall of DNS solver, and you lose the game. Appreciate that, Curtis. But yeah, again, you draw this in the wrong matchup, you probably lose the game as a result. Here, I don't think that's really what happened. It's more so they're on the play and we're not, but definitely not what I wanted to draw. So they're trying to dig hard for the cradle. We'll see if they have it or not. Um, or the potentially Nettle Sentinel. I don't know. There's the Nettle Sentinel. What is that link that you just sent? Oh, Laurel. Looks like some kind of paper. No worries. Is it possible they whiffed? With 9 cards in hand? I don't know if they used both Waterwoods yet. I feel like they did not. No, they have not. What? I don't think so. I highly doubt it. I didn't check, but I can't imagine. I mean, we'll see, I guess. Okay, now we're dead. At least chat's cheering me up. Lost my Cradle license today. Think of the Fallout Thylian losing to D&T. Well, not even D&T. It's just like a Esper Sentinel version of it. Pretty typical of this matchup, really. Whoever goes first is pretty favored. I think the crop helps. I think the seasons is what we want. From yesterday's stream, like the duresses were kind of a liability, so I'm kind of glad we don't have them anymore. Um, and then we can just board down to this. I think this like makes a lot of sense. Excuse me. There's like some arguments to be made for the Mind Trap. I just think it is like super loose, personally. No, I never cut Once Upon a Time. I consider it part of the mana base is the reason. This is like pretty solid, I think. Keep. Uh, there is one exception to the rule of when I don't leave with Thoughtseize, and it is exactly the scenario where we're on the play and it's the mirror. So I think next turn we're gonna seize, and then well, it depends. Yeah, I think next turn we're gonna seize, and then go from there. We're gonna go Birch Lore into seize into oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think probably like everybody who played long time. Anybody who play. Let me see. We go one here, and that's three. Um, we can technically still do it. Let's see. So this goes to three. We get a visionary out. Yeah, this is like a sweet line. And then we seize with the available mana. Glimpse Heritage. Ooh, that is kind of scary. No, with no creatures. Here, what's the worst that can happen? They can just like cast a glimpse and then. I think the take is probably the heritage. Well, I want to see if I get punished. Otherwise. Well, there goes that. Ugh. Notably here, the Nombo, right? With Ranger and Baseju. Let's do this. I think we want to thin. I don't think we want to trade. Notably, we can cast it once here. I think Ollie Raid's a Hall of Famer. I could be wrong though. Some pretty good draw from our opponent here. That's a draw too, right? This is why we don't play Queen Ranger anymore, by the way. The Nambo with Boseiju is a real thing. So it depends if they have Archon. Oh, they do. I think we've lost. Most of these Neto players don't play Archon, so I'm kind of surprised that the Ollie Raid is, but we probably just lost. And the reasoning is they have a hoof coming as well, and we can't top deck with natural order. He could have had it in the side. Possible. Possible. I think here we gotta kind of have to get lucky and see what we draw. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hmm. Yeah, I can. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm debating to do it on upkeep or what. Probably on draw step. Not quite. Sort of. There's an argument to be made, like there's an argument to be made. We should have brought the one visionary back. Sure. It's not. That's not gonna really matter. We know the last card in their hand. So I think here we have to find the hoof before it's too late. We have 2 turns, which is nice. Not yet, but now we're going to actually cancel. They can like block some, unfortunately. Is this sick one? I can't even tell if it's sick. I think it is. Yeah, that's true. Their blocks aren't great. We could preemptively hit the Arbor so they have one less blocker, but I think we want to. Yeah, I don't. I think that's. Let's see. One, two, three. I think we just run everything in besides the Shepherd. So they have to kill us this turn, right? Like it's got to be exactly. I'm not gonna say the card. So they're attempting to hardcast the hoof here. I think I just fizzle them. If I just Besage you right now, they're. So oops, cancel. If I Besage you their land here. So because it sticks to the 7. Actually, no. It no. What they're trying to do is use the. They're gonna play the Queen Ranger again and untap again. So they're gonna be one short now. Yeah. If I wasn't paying attention, they would have got us right now. Um. All right. This is gonna be the hard part. Winning game 3 on the draw. Yeah. So the good thing is, even though I don't play Curie Ranger anymore, I am familiar with the lines. Right. Like I know exactly what they're doing, because that's a line that was very common with our deck before when I used to play Queen Ranger. Using it as a pseudo noodle, nettle sentinel. I think here we cannot keep. I don't think we can just like mold to discard. So I'm just gonna keep and then see how it plays out. Wow, that's a hell of a card. Um, do we want? No, we're gonna thin first. I want to dig for the Heritage Druid. That's pretty good too. We are pretty unfavored being on the draw here. And I don't think we can really just mold to discard. There's like some argument to bring them out. I feel like against a good player, they're not gonna walk into it. Again, the liability, right? Like, oh, what? Wow, I cannot. That is such a sketch hand our opponent kept. Like, it's gonna do 15 to us next turn, but that's not really scaring me. We're gonna Ancestral here, and hopefully draw into the natural order the following turn. Oh, I think they're gonna try to sneak in damage here. Right? Like, they're gonna attack us with the Arbor. We're gonna go to 18 instead. Yeah, so that's heads up. It's not gonna matter, I don't think, because, like I said, we're gonna go to 1 in the worst case scenario. Actually, hold on. If I play that, untap, yeah, that's correct. They can't attack with the Wirewood or the Arbor anymore. Or not really, at least. So they can hit us for 15. And then we untap with humongous mana. We have to just fade 2 top decks. And really 1 now, right? If they had something relevant, they would have cast it already. Like, we're just gonna take the 15 from them here, and presumably we're gonna create a board state that is gonna be impossible to lose from, outside of the top decks. Okay, so our opponent realizes they are in trouble, and it has to try to draw the natural order here, right? So they can bash for 6 here. They don't need to do it main phase. It'd be funny if the card in their hand is a green sun and they can't Archon because of the Boseiju again, right? So they're gonna actually no. If they had a green sun, they would have continued try to go and get a visionary. So we're just gonna take, 10 here, right? It's not gonna matter. Because the thing is, this doesn't have trample, so we don't actually care. All right. I think we sequence it like this. Oh, okay. We're already playing into Mindbreak Trap, so we might as well just dig for a discard spell, in case it's relevant. We have 8 creatures. Yeah. All right. In my opinion, our opponent Ali here lost the game when they kept that hand because I don't think you can keep that kind of hand in the mirror. Like they are pretty favored on the play, and the one card that can upset the favorability is obviously discard, but we didn't have it, and that's the odds of drawing discard is still like sub 40%, right? Or unless essentially 40%, depending how many you run. But in my opinion, yeah, they lost the game when they kept that hand. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break and then I'll come right back. I'll bring up the list. Okay, I am back. I think in that last game, there were two takeaways. Um, the first one being in the second game, where Ollie went for the Queen Ranger double untap line. That is a line that actually comes up a lot. That came up a lot before when we played Queen Ranger. And admittedly, if you're coming from the traditional build, we did for tonight. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Sadra, that I want to test like these really high upside blowout cards, so to speak, like Mindbird Trap, Crowd Rotation, Force of Vigor. And going back to the Queen Ranger, the first Queen Ranger actually does a lot because it's like a pseudo Nettle Sentinel that I think is actually a good card that you can play that does things by itself. And between it and Wirewood Symbiote, it does a really nice Nettle Sentinel impression during the Glimpse chains without being a liability elsewhere. So that's number one. If you are struggling with this build and need a little bit of help during the Glimpse chains, the first Queen Ranger does a lot and will help you actually transition from the Nettle build to this build more easily. I know Star Fox has said this, and I know like Decent has said this. The second takeaway was in addition to not keeping the hand that Ollie kept, the crop rotation actually significantly increased our speed there. We essentially got a draw four or whatever it was turn two, and that put tremendous pressure on our opponent to kill us that turn more or less on the turn three. Like Ali realized on turn three they can't just attack because they're probably dead, and they have to hope the glimpse draws the natural order. It can happen. This matchup, our opponent is often on these like day breacher lists. Um, so we'll see how that goes. I do think game one is difficult against this deck, especially if they know what you're on. Also, our opponent likes to blindly force whatever we do, just based on experience. If they want to do that, that's their prerogative, I guess. We may see just a blind force here now. The exception is if they have Swords of Plowshares, then they can save the force and be mana efficient while getting more information. Okay, looks like they're on Delver. Our hand is a little bit weaker against Delver, but still overall I think it's fine. The real liability here is the natural order. Because the Glimpse of Nature, presumably, if our opponent plays the way we think they will, is not going to be cast anytime soon. I think here we just lead with a Shepherd into the Reclaimer and see what they do. Presumably they have another Bolt. Because they have mana open for some reason. Iteration, okay. If they don't Wasteland here, we are slamming Natural Order. We still might slam Natural Order, depending on how things shake out here. Yep, I think we are. Yep. Good old Proggy boy. Hail Hydra. Alright, post board, we can like bring in all this effective removal. Oops, wrong one. And then you know, try not to lose to Wasteland, so to speak. Obviously, the Shepherds and the Heritage there to force the natural order through was pretty nice. Our opponent was heads up in the sense that they knew with the Shepherd out, right? If they don't have the permission online, we can keep. They need to hit the mana denial. They have to go towards the mana denial plan, right? And then we just like let them F6 here. Looks like they're on Delver. I thought for a second they could be on the Rug Shredder build that Max Gilmore has been playing. I know it's been pretty popular, and I know another reason board out Natural Order, by the way, has been performing well for some because it goes a little bit over the top of Delver. Notably here, we are going to try to time it so that the turn before that they can Murktide, we're going to bog them. Now, obviously, it can change, right? Like, depending what they do here. They would have to have 2 cards in the yard. Obviously, that can be like fetch plus shuffle effect or something like that. But we shall see. I think here we're going to lead with... I feel like the Reclaimer will put more pressure here. Okay, so our gamble paid off, right? We gotta buy an extra turn with the Bajuka Bog. Notably here, they're probably gonna bolt the Reclaimer, and I think if they do, that's fine. There is a chance they go after the Bog, the Arbor. I don't think so. Also, notably here, if we don't draw anything relevant, we are gonna run the Visionaire into the Daze. Because we know we're gonna bog anyways. We don't care about counter magic. Like I don't play around Daze really. Sure. I think at this point we're pretty ahead. Especially if they don't deal with the cradle. Sanctuary. I think our opponent is in a lot of trouble. The question here is, do we bounce? I think the answer is probably yes. Because we want to. They had three cards. They could theoretically force something we do. I think because of how much draw we're gonna have right now, um, probably gonna just force the glimpse through. And then yeah. I typically won't care about counter magic, but in this case, we have a ton of mana. I don't care if I lose one draw to force, like 5 or 6 through. We salvaged the 3-2. Definitely still a not as bitter a taste in my mouth. I know Jason Murray here is in the chat and good friend of the stream, so to speak. Uh, I am disappointed that we only went 1-1 against these white Aether Vial decks. Um, so yeah, like I like to joke. Oh yeah, that would be grounds for losing my Cradle license, right? And then I don't mind losing to Oops. That matchup is not one I have on the radar, so I don't expect to win. And if we lose to it, so be it, right? I think it's more than just Green Sun. I think the big thing is, especially with us, the reclaimer lines for Arbor are pretty relevant because they produce extra mana with Cradle. Although there's an argument to be made, if we have Cradle, maybe the game's just already over, right? Like, if you're the mana denial deck and you haven't stopped the Elves player from making mana off Cradle, there's an argument to be made that the Arbor is just cherry on top, and you don't even have to go for those lines, but um, I do think between fetch lands and reclaimer and green sun, Cage is probably still pretty good, right? Like green sun is one of the best cards in this deck, and Cage does answer it along with some arbor lines. Uh, let's go back to the list real quick. Uh, the crop rotation was notably very strong against the in the Elves mirror. I did beat the Sylvan Safekeeper himself. the Hall of Famer Ollie Rad, right? In the Elf Mirror match, they were on the play matches 1 and 3. I notably lost match 1 because I was on the draw. I don't know. I highly doubt actually that Ollie knows that I was on Elves. I don't think he. I don't know if he plays much Legacy or follows the scene as much. I do know they play like pre-modern a lot because I have a good elf friend who actually got me into Legacy with elves, who plays pre-modern, and I know he's like linked me all these pre-modern elf lists before with survival, so that may be something for me to check out. But I think the key turning points were in game number 2. I hit their Dryad Arbor as they went for a hard cast Great Hoof because I recognized what they were going to do because it's a very common line when we played Queen Ranger ourselves before with the synergy with Wirewood Symbiote. And then in match number 3, they kept to me kind of a shaky hand, but it's it's a little bit, I guess, unfair in the sense that they were already mold of 6, so maybe they felt like they had to keep a speculative to hand. I personally think I would have went to 5. That hand they kept did not seem very good to me. And then maybe they thought they had the upper hand also because I think the Nettle Sentinel build is a slight favorite because probably like 47, 53, something along those lines. Because it can occasionally turn 2, which can flip the dynamic of being on the draw, right? Um, but I think they lost the game probably on the mulligan portion. And then yeah, we lost the oops. We lost to this Esper Sentinel DNT build. Uh, I think there was. I think we probably could have been played a little bit better. Like we just played our visionaries into Spirit of the Labyrinth, and we eventually dealt with the Spirit of the Labyrinth, so we could have dug deeper. The awkward part was we milled our Corridor Hoof, and we didn't have any more Allosaurus Shepherd, so we ended up losing. There's a good chance we just time out game 3 as well, because we were pretty low on Kalak. So going back to the deck, I think I want to give this list another try. Um, One thing to keep in mind though is the Shriekmaw. I do not really like having to board out Allosaurus Shepherd against D&T. I like to keep 1, and we because of the 5 cards we're bringing in, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had to bring in 1. Argument to be made. Maybe we only want 1 Force of Vigor, but that doesn't seem correct to me. Like Force help us get back in the game by dealing with the GT and the Pithing Needle. So I played it once on stream, Sadra. I'm gonna run it back. I played it once on stream, but I also played it once like off stream. While it has potential, I don't think it's better than 60 cards. And the reason being is because the mana can be attacked. What I mean by that is against these Blood Moon decks, I don't really want to fetch Savannah. And I think that is where the liability is currently with that build. I think that build is like better than the Devoted Druid list. Because you're playing better cards, right? Thalia helps big time against Storm. Esper Sentinel is like a monster against these control decks if they don't deal with it. The only issue I've found at the moment is I do think the mana can be a liability against these Moonstompy decks, which admittedly are very popular at the moment. We're playing J Manor. So here, unless we know our opponent is on Delver, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna lead with a Reclaimer, and then because we are a little bit flooded, we want to represent the fetches as land as creatures, right? Also, 1 fetch is probably earmarked for Gris already. Plateau. What is going on? What deck plays Plateau? Again, you cannot waste mana with this deck. Oh, that's a good point, Jason. I think here we want to put the pressure on, right? Like, I don't think a visionary is like that threatening, and especially since we have a glimpse of nature in hand, I think we just want to sequence it and then play the long game. But I guess it makes sense. Timeless Dragon to fetch red is a thing, yeah. That is a card that I initially didn't think was didn't look a little bit innocuous. Is probably the best way I can explain it. Sure. And I've been impressed with it when I've seen it in action, both as a from an opposing side and just like watching others. I think they're gonna play Teferi. Narset is like a possibility here too. It looks like they're gonna tap out. It's a little bit awkward, for sure, against these Teferi deck or Narset decks with or Blue's Blue tap out decks, and not have creatures on the board. Mentor, sure. I guess that's okay. Yikes. The glimpse only drew two, but two was exactly what we needed in that instance. We're just hoping our opponent taps out so we don't have to play around Swords of Plowshares. Like, I think that the ideal situation here is our opponent plays like three cantrips or something like that. Although that's not possible because of the swords. I mean, the planes. So, like, they can't even Narset here, so I'm curious what they would do. I can see, like, Prismatic ending on our Reclaimer being a thing. And then we probably wait the following turn again. Um, or, like, playing a second mentor. Like, tapping out for a second mentor is probably, like, the dream scenario for us right here. Especially if we top deck another creature so that um, attacks are lethal. So they don't have any other blue. Interesting. Might be a ponder here or a removal spell. Okay, there's a removal spell. Reclamation is kind of interesting. They can already do it next turn, which is awkward for us. We have to wait. We can't kill now, but we're like a little bit in danger of dying on the crackback here. I think we do this. Two cards in hand. Our hand definitely was not. What did they pitch? That's a fairy. Definitely was not the smoothest to start the game. Like having to spend our turn two to once is not where we want to be. Iteration, that's a good place to start. So the magic number here is that they can do two more spells. Otherwise, we're gonna have to block with like a visionary or something. Okay, the ending, that's annoying. I mean, presumably you ending the shepherd because it's more mana efficient, and then yeah, I don't know what the other hand is. Maybe they take the visionary. I don't know. So that we have fewer options. I don't. I think we're gonna gamble that they don't have it. We're not gonna win otherwise. Oops. We know they don't have removal because they would have swords us. But I think if they had the removal, we lose anyways. Or when I should say two removal spells. So we probably stole that game to be honest. Mentor is a very scary card. I forget how graveyard dependent these decks tend to be. I feel like not very much. And I think I like just boarding in more threats in this matchup. There's an argument to be made for Thoughtseize, but it lines up kind of badly against Mentor. I think, yeah, I think we just want more. Excuse me. I think we just want more threats in this matchup. I'd be tempted to board in Thoughtseize, but the mentor tells me they are likely on like Matt Vook's version. Ugh, can't keep that. Yeah, yeah, for sure, Jason. I think we put that back. In an emergency, Arbor is a land drop. Also, these decks can play like back to basics. So not bringing in C's means we don't have to walk into that. Why do we always just draw that? Might have a spell pierce or fluster here. Like it doesn't make sense to me to unless like their hand is like slow. Um, why they didn't do anything here? But they could have like pyroclasm too, or pyroclasm type effects. But we would unfortunately our hand does not allow for playing around that. Yeah, I don't think that's really where you want to be with against elves too, where you just keep too many cantrips, right? Um, this is a nice lead because our opponent's not gonna have to play around either Shepherd or Reclaimer, and I much rather they kill that than the Reclaimer. The worst scenario here is a Pyroclasm effect, but our hand doesn't dictate playing around it. Like I cannot afford to miss land drops. So if we walk into it here, we walk into it. That's relief so far. If our opponent plays another cantrip here, I am inclined to believe they have a sweeper. Hmm. 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 Actually, I gotta make sure the heritage is still in the deck. Yes. This is awkward because I really want to pitch the heritage. Yeah, I want to pitch the heritage, but I don't really want to bounce any of the other stuff. So I'm gonna have to not pitch it, I guess. Our opponent is on now a two-turn clock, and unlikely to have some true sleepers, as Jason mentioned. Our way of losing here is probably if they go wide. Even in these fair matches where heritage tends to be bad, I definitely want the one because it comes up enough where I need the mana. Like having that extra lotus petal is pretty huge. So I think they're just gonna try to go wide here, and we're just gonna put the onus. Sure. I think we're just gonna put the onus on our opponent to have to kill us through multiple things here. Mm, I think we bash with this because they have to block. And we're not gonna play around sweepers. So they have to take off a ton of our creatures here. I think we're just F6. They have it. I don't think they can beat through this board state, but you never know. Also, fetches are dead. And we have like 3 chump blocks, right? All right, 1-0, which is a nice way to start the league. I know I've been seeing on Twitter like Deltar has been killing it here with multiple decks too. Just shout out. I mean, I don't know Deltar personally. Actually, I just saw on Twitter, but shout out to them for the range, right? Um, I saw that they had been 5-0ing with like a bunch of different deck lists and pretty innovative, if I must say so. So, so yeah, I saw that they're in the lead. Feels like ages ago when we won the trophy challenge or double won, I guess, whatever you want to call it. I think this is like reasonable. Again, how I kind of evaluate some of these hands with natural order targets or natural order in my hand is would I keep on 6, and I absolutely would. The hands that are most scary are like the one landers without Once Upon a Time. Looks like we're playing against lands or depths. We'll find out once they make a land drop here. Looks like lands. Ooh, I was gonna go for the collector oof and just like shut them off mana, but can't do that now. I think here, like, I don't think it does us any good to just play the Wirewood. So what I'm gonna do is just end step Once Upon a Time and just hope to get our opponent with the Green Sun for collector oof here. Now there is a decent chance they just have Loam in their hand, and in that case we just take a different line. Ooh, I do not like that. Do not like that. I think they're gonna loam here, and that's gonna be a problem. I think against lands there are they loam before land drop to Ghost Corridor again. That's fair, Jason. I think against lands it is not impossible, but close to it to win without Gaia's Cradle. So I'm just gonna take it. We're gonna notably play around. We're notably going to play around a crop rotation for Wasteland here. We're gonna go for the cheese play. Don't tell me they have it. They do. Maybe our opponent just didn't play correctly then, because like very weird stuff's going on right now. Now I regret not. Well, hindsight's 2020. Not getting the reclaimer here hurts now. They could like low and then waste us, I guess. Yeah, I guess we'll just do that. See what happens. We can at least represent and main hardcast endurance here. Maybe they don't even like play around it or like notice. It's very like interesting line that they went for. They didn't loam here either, so interesting. Maybe we tunneled into the collector oof, but I was just using Jason's logic, and it seems sound to me to not to that they didn't have loam there. It's possible they top decked it too. All right, that is like pretty relevant because what this means is now we can stop their loam shenanigans. We'll see if they dredge loam. All right, they did. I think with that in mind, we hit their exploration now. Oh my god, really? shoot. That's not good. Rich NP. I don't think I've seen this username before. They can ghost quarter us now out of the game. And we notably don't have any kind of clock. Actually, we knew about the ghost quarter from the loam, so I can't really complain. I need to pay more attention. Here, oh, sure. They're gonna name Wirewood Symbiote, presumably. Yeah. We weren't gonna block anyways, for what it's worth. Um, there's like some merit in like killing their construct here. Yikes. Cannot stop that. Part of me thinks the future of this deck might just be main deck endurances. That's actually not bad. I don't understand why they gave us lands. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. They might have just misplayed. I definitely agree your logic is sound. If they were gonna go for that line, they might as well just like do it correctly, I guess, is probably the best way I can explain it. I think here, like, we are kind of priced now into like trying to hope they screw up and then like end step get a cradle and maybe steal this game. I do not think we're favored right now. But also to be fair, you probably are not favored game one against Lens. Uh, Post board you have all kinds of crazy hate, but like game one we're not favored. The blast zone might just be the nail in the coffin right there. They don't have the mana for it this turn, but they will next turn. The good thing is they can't blast zone and quarter us the same turn. Um, oof, we have the block here. I think it's like that. No, it's not great. We might just be drawing dead too. Like I'm trying to think what outs we have at this point, besides them screwing up. We went for the high reward play. I wouldn't say we got punished. It's just like we cannot just really beat this kind of line, right? Like at least game one. Like if they have the A plus B combo where A is exploration, B is loam, it is hard to beat. Sure. That helps, but we're a mana short. Jesus. They didn't port there. That would have been pretty good. Actually, we steal that game. They don't port there. Oh man. Now we might just be drawing dead. I wonder if we're allowed to give them a map. I mean, probably not. I think, like I said, we might just be drawing dead right now. We needed them to not port that. Actually, we steal the game otherwise because Cradle represents four, and then we have four otherwise. Which would have been a crazy steal, but like I said, we're not favored right now. The good thing is I had been looking for good lands practice. I paired it to Ali actually last night, off stream, um, and he got me in three, but I did mess up game three because I didn't think about it online. But I do think the matchup is like quite close now, where it used to be pretty lopsided. I won game two with just Reclaimer beats, which is kind of cool. Actually, I don't think we can afford to block with that. Actually, we're just drawing dead. I'm gonna concede. In the interest of everybody's time, we are drawing dead. There's no line here that wins, in my opinion. Like I don't think they're gonna. Well, yeah, there's no line that's gonna win. The good thing is, like I said, the cyber cards in this matchup that we brought today are very good. Um, Board out the glimpse of nature. I don't think that's where we want to be. Uh, the collective is interesting, right? Like, it can steal a game because you just mana screw them, or it can just do nothing. Um, I think I'm on the mindset like especially against these saga versions, it just might be worth it because you can just screw them out of nowhere. Excuse me. And obviously, Gris has zero text in this matchup. Not great. I think I'm gonna keep just on the power level endurance by itself. Obviously, this hand will top deck real well, but we have to get a little bit lucky. If only I can smooth out like when I want lands and not like it's already kind of like heading towards that direction, but still draw too many five land hands and too many hands made like one land hand, right? Even with Once Upon a Time, which sometimes I believe maybe we should be. Oh, interesting. I feel like we just hit this and then they might just lose. I think we just do it now. I don't think I care. If they're off color, it's far worse for them. I mean, it if it works, you win the game. So I think it's probably correct to do it there, but now we're getting a little bit punished. Um, Maybe, yeah, you might be right, Jeff. Our opponent's making like some strange lines for what it's worth too. Yeah, so like I felt like that's the correct play, but I don't know. Like especially since Force of Vigor is not in every list. This is like weird to me, like what they're doing. Actually, I found a lot of my losses are against the players who I cannot predict what they're doing. Like they take strange lines and I get punished as a result. Um, the thing is, if we rotate here, we can't even cast the Visionary, so I don't even think it's worth it. That's reasonable. What I try to do with this Sphere of Resistance is I try to play in a way that I don't have to answer it. So that it's not it's virtual card advantage for me, right? Like that's why the Glimpse of Natures are out. They might be confused why I play the Beseiji. The low key secret to this deck is we're actually very mana hungry in terms of like wanting to hit land drops. Oh my god. Okay. At least no loam. That is, which is good. They're gonna port presumably the Arbor. I think here I'm like partially incentivized. They have two. I think I'm partially incentivized here to rotate for the cradle. So I can cast the Visionary. That's good too. Oops, I should not have done that. That's okay. I was gonna fetch the Arbor, and I just like fetched before I realized the second Arbor was in the yard already. I don't think it really matters because if they're gonna waste it, they're gonna waste us out Cradle anyways. The nice thing here too is we conveniently have enough for Shepherd activation. Yeah, our opponent's like taking some strange lines here. They should wait until we do an upkeep. Not that it matters here, but like we're gonna bash for 10. They could, in theory, have an endurance. And then we're just gonna hold the loam, the endurance as insurance for either Merit Lage or loam. Yeah, I mean, Jeff, there's no rhyme or reason to some of our opponents' plays this match so far. So I don't think you can like glean anything from the plays that they're making. Sure. Like Jason brought up a very good point in game one that they gave us a land for no reason with the Ghost Quarter line, which doesn't make any sense, right? Like, and then we assumed a certain thing, and it kind of, I wouldn't say backfired, but it didn't work out the way we had hoped. Partially because their lines don't really make sense. What is going on? I mean, the Ancient Tomb is like a classic one of, so you can cast your sphere on turn one. In addition, to give more outs with crop rotation and Mox Diamond, but just all around strange lines from our opponent right now. Like my guess is maybe the last card it has either a crop rotation or the Thespian stage, right? I think I like the way I board it. Like this is high variance, but the ceiling is you win the game. So I think lands right now is in an interesting position, and the reason why is because I think its natural predators, namely Ant, is somewhat suppressed because of the Moon Stompy decks, but lands itself doesn't really want to play against Moon Stompy because of Blood Moon effects. So I can see it kind of being okay for lands only because the natural predator of Ant is not well positioned in my opinion because of Moon Stompy. Um, Ant has notoriously had a very shaky Chalice of the Void matchup, and with 8 casts and Moon Stompy being probably the most popular decks outside of Delver, it might just mean Ant is not going to be well positioned at the moment. Obviously, a good friend of the program slash uh, Twitch channel, Mike, can overcome some of these hurdles. Or like if you're a Cyrus, for instance, what do you prefer to be, lands instead of DNT? I think against any fair deck, lands is probably better. Outside of Moon Stompy, I think this is like very good. You could have that level of power against the fair decks as DNT. I don't think DNT is as favored against fair decks as lands is, for whatever that's worth, Jeff. Obviously, I play DNT, but I'm essentially a boomer DNT player. Thank you for the follow, really sad bot. Jason and John Ryan Hamilton would probably have a better idea than me against the profiles of what is DNT currently strong and not strong against. They're both notably, in my opinion, very weak to combo of the spell variety. Now, Lance probably is a little bit better in that aspect, only because Lance is probably better in that aspect because of their own fast clock. DNT has kind of a slow clock, but DNT notably beats up on the consensus, at least, most popular slash best deck in the format. That's Delver. I think Lance has a good Delver matchup as well, but at least from what I understand, DNT probably has the best of the most popular decks. And I'm sure, Jeff, you can relate, being a Esper player yourself. But yeah, my record against lands, ever since I think I've solved kind of the matchup. What is going on? Are they just not doing anything? That cannot be right. Okay. I think I don't want. Okay. I think I don't want to expose myself to like go. Okay, now it doesn't matter. Unfortunate. Now, if they had like stage other land, it's just gonna be like sad times, right, for us. They have not done anything, and it's turn 2. I feel like we just try not to die here, and we play the forest and pass. We're gonna endurance anyways, and our line is just gonna be we're gonna try to get a natural order for progenitors. It feels like a stage, right? They like mold to the combo. If I'm a Lance player, I'm probably very nervous. There is. We have a Caracas in our deck. We also have a crop rotation, so this actually buys us time. Now, I kind of regret not fetching that because that would thin. Yeah, that would be the regret, I guess, now. Right, we can't thin. We do have notably like two outs and a few draws. They just completely screwed that up. They need to attack there. Our opponent just time walked themselves. I don't know what's going on. All right. Okay, so now we can get progenitors block a turn. They notably attack. What's interesting here is I think we want to answer this. So I'm going ahead and they got Shadow Sphere. Oh, that is a good point. I didn't even think about that. Notably, notably here, if they go for the Shadow Sphere, we still have to block. It's just that then we have lethal on the crackback potentially. Let me see. Do we have lethal on the crackback? Actually, we do not. So yeah, we don't even have. Well, let me think. Yeah, we don't have lethal on the. Well, yeah, if they Shadow Sphere here, we don't have lethal on the crackback. I think we want to see if we can dig for the Caracas. Interesting line. Maybe the Shadow Sphere is in their hand? Okay, so the real question here is The question here is, do I even care about the shadow sphere? Because I have to block anyways, right? And if I block, I no longer. Well, that's not entirely true. Yeah, I think the line here is we Boseiju we Boseiju the shadow sphere. We are. The outside thing is if we once upon a time and find a cradle, then we're still short lethal actually. So we're short lethal regardless. Um, I think in that situation we're gonna go ahead and just take the 21, or we're gonna let them gain life, and then we're gonna use this to once upon a time now, and then hopefully dig into the Caracas here. That is not the Caracas. Mm, the Visionary buys us another draw. Okay. Unfortunate there. This is actually kind of cool now. We don't have lethal, but we can. Actually, how much off of lethal are we now? They're at 38, and then we can hit for presumably 25, close to lethal. Well, I guess we'll figure out as we get there. That's true, Jason. That is very good point, and potentially game saving. They're like all in on this, right? Like, and I've had this happen, I think, a few times in the past, but it'd be nice if it happened again here, right? As we just, keep trying to chain endurances. That's like relevant. So here, okay, everything gets +6, notably, and that's 5 attackers. I think we have lethal. But unless I'm wrong. So everything gets +6. Um, so that's 24. So actually, that's more than that. So that's 30 with attackers, and then 36. Yeah, that's lethal. But I need. Okay, actually, we gotta make sure. Everything gets +6 times 5. That's 30, 31, 32, 33, 36. We have, if my math is right, 41 damage. I do die to a crop rot, but they would have crop rot the. Exactly, they would have crop rotted the cradle for sure. There's no way they can allow us to untap with cradle. I mean, they've done some strange things already, but like, wow, we definitely did not. We deserved to win in the sense that I think we played it very well, but our opponent should have won. Like if they missed the one not attacking cost them the game, right? Like, because I think they got cute with the Shadow Sphere. Yeah, I think they got cute and like overthought it. I think in that situation, you just want to attack, and then I think they were scared we're gonna have lethal on the crackback is the reason why. I don't blame them, but I do think that is a little bit cute, right? Like what they did. All right, we're gonna. That was a very. It's possible, Jeff. They definitely. If they didn't do that, the only thing I can think of is they had the Shadow Sphere in hand. They were gonna force it through, and then they just like failed to factor in endurance, like buying us 2 3 turns. All right, we're gonna go ahead and use the restroom after that very thrilling match. Correct. The attack is a forced chump anyway, so they would yeah definitely lose a creature. But the only thing I can think of is like they didn't do the math in their head and they were afraid we had like the kill on the crackback or something. The Lage absorbs more damage on defense than she forces chumps. Yeah, so Jason is bringing up the situation that I'm talking about, where like the chump from the endurance uh, only saves like 8 damage or whatever it is, right? From actually, yeah, about 8, right? Let's just say you have like 4 creatures or whatever, it's 7 damage. But then if you block a hoof, you're saving like 9. Uh, so in that case, it matters a lot less because it's an endurance versus a hoof. But yeah, definitely strange plays all around. So the other thing, yeah. So the strange part about that was um, not attacking there in this situation only saves really like 2 damage, right? Because the difference between synapse twitch, I think this is like reasonable. For sure, Jason. I mean, I'm kind of glad like we have like all different parts of the spectrum here in the chat for different insight. Obviously, let's be nice, Jeff. Let's not bash our opponent too much. But yeah, the plays just didn't make any sense to be honest. Like all 3 games, quite frankly. I think here we're gonna fire off the glimpse. Like that's especially how fast we did it. I was thinking if they have a force, they probably do it. Um, the old ancestral recall here. Actually, hold on. If we, well, this is free, I guess. Uh, I might have been able to. I could have, Jeff. Uh oh, that's not good. Now we have to do math again, right? Like, I don't think it's lethal otherwise. So we have to untap. I think we are. No, we can hoof here, but it's not lethal as a problem. At X mana, where X is the number of enchantments you control. I do not really like seeing this kind of card. Oh, the bane of my existence, Rex Sage. Thank you for the follow, 1230 gaming in. We are short lethal here by four. Let's see, 8, 9. We have 14, I believe. So I'm just gonna do this because it's not lethal. I'm just gonna like hope to draw into it, if that makes sense. That's pretty good. Grist does exist. I feel like if we go for the Grist line, we don't have a kill anytime soon. Is the only thing, Jason. And I feel like against these kind of decks, you kind of have to kill fast. All right, that is interesting. So 6, 7, 8, 9. I think this time it is lethal potentially. Oh, hold on, hold on. If we do it like this, tap, untap, play it out, go to 1. Oh, that's lethal. Actually, oh, we didn't. We shoot. I already used this. 3. Yeah, we're still short. Now I think we can grist and just like shut their mana. Yeah, I do not think it's safe to allow them to untap with that. Question here is what to pitch, and I think it's probably the Arbor. I just don't think it's safe. I mean, speaking from somebody who plays Guy's Corner, right? Like, I just don't think it's safe to allow our opponent like a million mana next turn. Sure. We just we don't have many turns left. in my opinion. Like before they're and we don't have Archon. That's the problem. Ugh. Not where we want to be. All right, we have lethal here. The mistake would be to plus and then mill the grist. I mean, mill the hoof, right? This matchup is one where Archon. This matchup is where one where Archon makes it unlosable to actually kind of difficult. But yeah, I've had it happen before unintentionally where like I would just mill the hoof. Not when I'm going for lethal, but it's enough to make me think about it, right? Like where, okay, if you don't have to grist, don't do it, right? Like and then you throw away a one game for no reason. The force of vigor is notably just savage in this kind of matchup. I think we want the speed in the endurance and the who knows if they have teak or some weird thing. So I'm gonna leave in the grist. The bog seems useless. Um, they could have the helm combo. It's that or the Caracas. I feel like the creature is more relevant in the dark. Obviously the trap can do like random things too, but I think we just play it safe. And yeah, we can get rewarded potentially if they have the helm combo like randomly. I, they could, right? We don't know. I think we keep just because of the force of vigor alone, which is like a monster in this kind of matchup. I think it's hard to say what they're gonna have turn one here. So another thing is I know Jason brought up Gris. Like I didn't feel like we had to win anytime soon when we Green Sun for Visionary the first time, but I think the second time when we had the engine going, I felt like the threat of that like essentially Guy's Cradle or Sanctum effect was just too much to ignore. Right now that we have a fast clock, sure, abrupt decay, not a guard you want against elves personally. So we don't have a payoff. I think I'm just gonna do this. Save the green sun for payoff. Sure. Their hand seems kind of slow. So we have to think about next turn. Next turn we have 4 mana, 5, 6, 7 mana, 8 mana. I think we take the upfront draws of Visionary here. Obviously, I'm a little bit nervous. They haven't really done anything yet. We get blown out something by something random like Engineer, but I don't think we're allowed to play around something like that. Notably here, we don't have lethal even next turn, even if we play the Shepherd, because they can, because it's only, well, I guess we do have lethal next turn. Um, problem is, yeah, I think we do. So the grist doesn't do anything right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Sure. Here we have 20, so they have to block. I'm like debating. Okay, if we is it technically correct to play a fetch for Arbor and hold Arbor for Force of Vigor? Uh, is yeah, it is. It's something I've done before. I just figured the I think because of Wirewood, I can just pick up to Force of Vigor if need be, or hit the or grist them right if need be. I think here we're just gonna do it now because this is gonna force a double block here, right? Actually, I shouldn't have done that. Then I can hold up. That's dumb of me. I would have been able to hold up the to play around some kind of sweeper effect, but now I've left myself a little vulnerable. I'm gonna regret it right now. They're gonna play the giant. Shoot. I guess it didn't matter, right? If they're gonna do that. Also, just awkward by me. I should not fetch because it didn't matter for the Allosaurus Shepherd math. The one thing that attack the pumping does there is, um, yeah, they should be at 3 now because I screwed up. What's going on? Oh, it's abrupt decay effect. Our opponent said, "Don't think it would change the game that much, but we're." Why they're playing that over the other one is, I'd like to know. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna fetch so I don't see it with the ones. Maybe it's an arbor. Definitely could have played a little bit better. They'd be at 1 right now if we played tighter, and we'd had an extra mana. Or they'd be at 2. Yeah. tap out. Oh my god, really? They're gonna copy the thing? Yeah, for lethal. If they have a chump block. So they can continue to like make a bunch of mana. I think we just like flood out here. Might just be. We're gonna play. Hopefully, we draw something relevant. We're gonna go for lethal, but we'll see. Yeah, that's strange for sure. Hopefully, they just don't have any more removal, right? Ugh, why? We threw this game like we got overconfident. I don't think we can win actually now. Like the throw was like fetching when we didn't need to, like, and I could have stopped it. I didn't. I just like I sometimes just get overconfident and just assume the game's over, and this happens. So they're gonna kill the visionary, and then we're just never gonna get another creature, right? We'd have to top deck visionary, Basage or something along those lines. They keep flickering it. I think. I think that's how it works, right? The I don't know. Unless I don't know. I might have just like conceded to it. Unless I'm missing something. I thought they can like just do it every turn. Here, Estrus Invocation. I don't. Oh, it was a sock. Okay, sure. Whoops. I guess I prematurely conceded then. I don't know. I lose patience with these kind of decks. That's on me. I just assumed that we were dead. I guess we weren't. They make it a second 2/3 though, so it's probably enough. Yeah, I would assume that they play cautiously as well. I think here we shepherd just in case they have permission for some reason. We're aiming for a turn 4-ish win. Yeah, okay, they decay that. I don't think we care. All right, we have the kill next turn. We just hope they tap out for like presence or whatever, or the enchantress. We still have lethal here, barring something crazy. Same thing. I didn't play the visionary because I don't want to accidentally draw the hoof when we have lethal. Close call. Like we threw the previous game, but like I said, I tend to lose patience against these kind of decks that I don't see as often, only because the practice I guess is not as relevant. Bad habit of mine that I need to kick for sure. I'm gonna let this queue up as I get some water. But yeah, I mean, Jason with the eagle eye, I just assume that they can copy it over and over because I've had it happen to me a few times. But it being a saga is definitely different there. We're playing against Shindy, who's also 3-0. Ugh. I think we mull this. It's like 5.5 cards, right? I think we have to keep. Crud. So one question or that one thing that comes up sometimes is like, oh, can you just F6 to start the game? This is why you don't F6. I beat Enchantress in the previous round, and I beat Lands, and I beat. I think J Manor was on like I forget some Yorion deck. What was J Manor on? I feel like it's some kind of combo deck, but I don't remember. That was on Yorion. Oh, it looks like Reanimator. This is kind of useless now, I think. I don't think we have an out at the moment. We're gonna pitch the Boseiju and then just try to like run everything out the following turn. Actually, I think we're just drawing dead. Notably, this is one matchup where we don't really want Mind Break Trap, and the rest is good. Granted, the crop rotation quite good too. So I think here, yeah, we're just drawing dead. This is one matchup where we kind of wish we had those assassin trophies, right? But in general, you don't want your reanimation target to be on the field, anyways. All right, we're just dead. We will see. Actually, this is one of the matchups that gets weakened. Like I said, without extra discard, we will see if we can stomach it still. So regardless of win or loss, I think the testing is relevant because the mind break trap notably worse, especially against good reanimator players that don't just throw. But we will see. It is, but to be fair, it's like a secondary like hate anyways compared to something like murderous cut. The times where I get a murderous cut like a Gristlebrand or whatnot are just like few and far in between for what it's worth too. No, it doesn't beat emissary. But like I said, the times where that actually happens is not that often. But it's non-negligible. It would be interesting to lose here against one of our better matchups, just because we didn't play the discard right. Although to be fair, I forget what it was. The crop rotation is like huge against lands, and I feel like we drew it when it was relevant, right? I don't remember when it was. I felt like we definitely had the crop rotation in one game against lands and won partially as a result. Might have been I think it was this league, but um, the big downgrade in my opinion is two Force of Acres that don't do anything, and a Mindbreak Trap that is very suspect in this matchup. Force of Vigor, notably, with plenty of text in other match in what was I gonna say? In other matchups, so you can't have it all. That's pretty good. Keep the old turn two 1-2 combo, right? Turn one Reclaimer, turn two win. Ideally, you have two layers of hate in your opening hand, so they're gonna just go for the turn one here, and we will blow them out. Uh, they're gonna looting presumably. Very redundant hand our opponent has. Maybe they're even bored. Nope, nothing relevant. What would they bring in versus elves? If they know we have Leyline, probably answers to that. I'd have to look at the board. Show and tell is like a thing. I think here. Uh, Not really, in my opinion, Sadra. We're gonna fetch here for the arbor, and then we're gonna once they're presumably take the, yeah, they're presumably gonna take the green sun, but they're just like way behind. This on the draw here is gonna be hard, right? Because the reclaimers are not really live. They represent a win con, but they're not like turn one hate that would just keep a hand based off. The Force of Vigor kind of sketch as well. Obviously, they only hit like the anime dead. I don't think we want to play that kind of game. Elish Norm, believe it or not, I actually don't mind that much. Only because like we have the Caracas, right? Like Emissary, not Emissary. I think in my opinion, low key, I think Archon is the most difficult to deal with. I don't think we can keep that. And then I think here we can put back the Shepherd. Maybe they go for it at turn one again, who knows? I think here we thin into once into C's. Ooh, that's like all bad. The Bog could be relevant, but I think we want it inside the deck. The Boseiju could be relevant for the anime dead too. I think we take the Boseiju and see. Hmm. I think we take the looting in this case. Because they have 2 reanimation spells. We're probably in trouble though. Why take the Exhume? That doesn't make any sense. They still have the animate. What? Like, if they have Gristlebrand, we probably lose. I don't think so. Like, if they animate dead a Gristlebrand, we lose anyways, in my opinion. More likely than not. Oh, shoot. You're right. Oh, geez. I didn't even think about that, but obviously I don't play against this enough. Yeah, so I just threw right now. Jesus. But that's good to know in the future. I keep forgetting it's on the field first, and then... Yeah, I didn't ever. I'm sure it's probably been a thing before, and just I didn't think about it. Sucks to lose here because of it, though. Yeah, we unfortunately threw. I think we're drawing dead from here. I don't think we can beat an Archon. Oh, man. Sucks to throw this game. Usually, Reanimator is like one of the more straightforward matchups to play, but I guess I had not really ever thought about that situation. All right, we're just gonna concede. I don't. We can't beat this. Brutal. I had been playing, I think, pretty sharply until then. Um, but good to know going forward. I would never think of that, to be honest. Like because of the templating on the animate dead. Yeah, so we probably win. I think. Well, it's hard to say, right? Yeah, for sure. Um, Jack. Yeah, that's good to know. Like decent chance we win that game, but we definitely through there. I definitely think Reanimator is one of our better matchups too, but obviously they can keep a super redundant hand just not bored. I guess we're playing against Mitchell. Sure, that's good. I guess. I can't believe I hate playing against counterbalance. Decent chance we should have just played everything well we could have. Yikes. I think we bog now. I despise counterbalance. The doom and gloom in me is already thinking we're gonna go 3-0 into 3-2. I'm just gonna. I don't like playing against this. I think it's gonna be difficult to win from here. I'm very tempted to just concede, in interest of time. That is a card. I should have actually. I might mentally checked out. Sorry. I should have actually reclaimed her for a fetch there. Yeah, it's over. I do not want to play through this. Obviously, I could top deck natural order, but it's like pretty far away. Okay, so we're probably dead. That's like four different draws, right? Like I guess this rebuys here. Uh, the way I be counterbalanced post board is I board in like these CMC3 threats, and they have a hard time countering that. Actually, I want the collective, and then board out these one drops, right? I don't think we want Bog against the Stoneblade player. It's 2022 and counterbalance still terrorizing us. Argument to be made, I lead with a Birch Lore there, but we have to punish if they don't have to keep removal. They most likely have a hand with removal though. Like, there's a universe where I just lead with Rangers and make sequencing awkward for our opponent. But they could just ignore it too. Like, it depends how heads up our opponent is. Actually, I screwed up there. I should have played this first, in case they swords during combat. They might priest there, but I don't think so. I feel like they're gonna hold the priest for value, right? This feels like a Stoneforge here. I mean, not Stoneforge, Snapcaster Mage. What are you tapping? Hmm. We could just slam natural order here. I feel like that's likely just wrong. High upside though if we do that. Actually, we're not gonna play scared. Not how I wanted to end my night. Very, very strange play from Mitchell here. He chose to hardcast the Stone for the Feast and Famine for some reason. I guess he's gonna get the mana back anyways. Is the only thing I can think of. Might have also put in a might also be like a skull or something in their hand. That tells me there's no counter magic. I think Mitchell forgot about the shepherd because it should have went after the shepherd in my opinion. All right, we have a chance here. That is a draw. Took the visionary. The endure is notably awkward there, but better than a seize, I guess. Most notably here, we do threaten lethal. So Mitchell, if he chooses to attack with a Stoneforge, would need to block two of the fives. That puts us. Okay, so he can still do that. All right, never mind to our attacks here. Um, okay, so we know the last card is Batter Skull. Natural order here is lethal. Hmm. Is there a reason to attack here? Probably not. I don't think he has a third equipment. I guess there's the Cauldron. Green Sun or Natural Order does it here, but we have to get lucky. There's four green suns and one and two natural and a hard pass hoof left. So eight outs. Visionary or Wirewood or Revise. So I think here what I want to do is that's nine. There's an argument to be made to like double block that, but probably not where I want to be. There's the rebuy. We could. Oh, okay. That is now just game. The three, actually, we're just dead to the TNN. Yeah, yeah, for sure. All right. Unfortunately, the worst, not the worst, I guess. The unwanted, undesirable scenario happened of 3-2. Sorry, 3-0 into 3-2. I think that match here, I was already kind of, admittedly, a little bit on tilt. I don't think anything would have mattered based on the way that game played out. We can look again. That definitely not that game one. The real mistake is, and I'm beating myself a little bit up for it, is in round four, where I just had not thought of that interaction with Anime Dead before, but that's heads up by Jack. Also, there's a chance I just lead with Burst Lore and just like assume that my opponent is gonna the eight removal dot deck is gonna deal with the this is awkward too, right? Because I want to pitch, but then I can't, right? Like, and then they get extra value off the Snapcaster. There is a chance. I'm looking at it right now. We just well, okay, that's awkward. There is a chance though that For sure, Heracross Pew Pew. There's a chance I should have just led with a Visionary. I just felt a little bit pressure because of the Jace on board, right? To try to go for the natural order there. Obviously, we got a little bit punished because yeah, I think it might have been in hindsight better to just like Visionary there instead of just slamming the natural order and just being scared by the Jace. They had 5 cards in hand and we had no protection, so if they forced the Visionary, I think we're okay with that. And then next turn, just go for the natural order. That might have been just the thing, but I was kind of over it already. Um, all right, I think the list is probably fine. I definitely think the Force of Vigor showed its weight in the lands matchup that we probably should have not won, to be honest. And then I think the crowd rotation is probably like high power level as well. And I kind of like this. Maybe there's an argument to be made that the trap should be like a duress or whatnot, but again, I don't really. I just hope to dodge these Rite of Flame decks or these Echo of Eons decks. Uh, Anybody have any questions for me? Definitely, yeah, definitely feels the worst to go 3-0 into 3-2, but oh, great question. I think if you haven't caught it, Shriekmaw makes our sequencing a lot better. Initially, I tried it because you can once upon a time into removal against Blue Red Delver to kill Murtai region. But as I tested it, I realized that scenario hasn't come up yet. But the scenario that actually has and has been very good is in the mid game. What sometimes does happen is you have these glimpse of natures that are stranded because both sides are exhausting resources just to get the upper hand or tempo in the matchup. And you get to this mid game and you have this glimpse of nature, but only like one or no creatures in hand. It's a little bit awkward. Shriekmaw helps a lot because what that means is you can afford to cast Glimpse of Nature earlier when you have like 2 creatures and you plan to remove their threat anyways. If they want to force the Glimpse, oh, sorry, if they want to save their force for removal, then that's fine. But that means that Glimpse of Nature resolves, right? I don't think they can realistically allow that. And the way it's played out a few times already on stream and off stream is um, it allows us to cast our ancestral recall earlier, uh, probably ahead of time of their expressive iteration, right? So we, I think, are now favored again in the late game because what ends up happening is the Delver player no longer can just sit back and essentially we can't take any turns off. Is the long story short, and when that happens, the Delver player plays a little bit more scared, per se, and because they can't really allow you on tap with a guy's cradle. I think if they do, the game's likely over, and it allows for sequencing. Is probably the short answer, and a lot of times with guy's cradle, you even get your mana back, right? Because with the evoke trigger on the stack, you just tap the guy's cradle, which has happened a few times here on stream. I forget how we did that firstly. I think we also went 3-2. So a little bit of a, I wouldn't say bad, but wish we could have just done better, especially with this 3-0 start here. Um, but I think we did learn an important interaction with Anime did that I will try to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, it's funny too because, like I said, the known 2 benefits of Shriekmaw. I guess there's 3, right? The third one is you can hardcast it. That doesn't come up too often. But the known 2 benefits of Shriekmaw ended up mattering, but in a different way than I expected. It's actually the latter, the synergy with Glimpse of Nature that has been more relevant than the Once Upon a Time into, which hasn't actually come up. Actually, I think it came at one time. I take that back. Uh, If there's no other questions, I think this sideboard feels like pretty high power level compared to the duress power level sideboard. Notably, crop rotation is a blowout and like just insane against the lands matchup. Force of Vigor just like destroys certain decks as well. And this card, I pun not intended, I don't really like, but might be just a necessary evil. And higher ceiling than duress, although much lower floor. All right. Anybody have any other questions? Unfortunately, we were not able to convert that 5-0. Yeah, it's just like the thing is like I also expect Doomsday and Ant to be the most represented top 8 decks amongst combo or Sneak and Show or Reanimator, and Trap is kind of like sketch against all of those decks. It's really good against these Echo all in decks. Um, yeah, it cheeses certain decks, but again, I don't really plan or hope to dodge those decks that Mindbreak Trap tends to be good against. I do think the floor on the fifth discard is higher. Hey, so Max is here. Yeah, I'm glad to have some of my good friends here in chat. I know sometimes I can be a little bit hard on myself for misplay. I definitely my heart was not really into it that last match. Not that it really mattered. I think Mitchell played like pretty well, so I think we'll see what we do with this like last slot. Uh, the duress seems high floor to me personally, so maybe I'll do that. But I definitely do like the crop rotation, the force of vigor split that we had tonight. That felt pretty good, and the rest has been pretty solid overall. I think the highlight tonight was probably beating that Lance player. Unfortunately, that was not the last match of the night. That would have been nice. Yeah, for sure, Jack. I think one of the things I pride myself in is trying to recognize when I do misplay, and definitely that anime dead situation is not something I am as aware of, if per se, right? Um, so good to know now. I think with that said, I'll go ahead and rate actually my good friend Will Kruger, who just seemed to have started his stream. Yes, I will bring back Curran, or if Max or Romario want to join the stream again soon, I will do that again as well. With that said, let's go ahead and just raid Will Kruger here. I think they are likely playing Modern. They're playing Neoform if you are into that sort of thing.